Well, who would believe it? We're here. It's already the penultimate day of the season and a big day in prospect. 3 races potentially, breeze over 20 knots. Gladiator go in the water with a 12-point lead, which they hope to convert to their first ever 52 Super Series circuit title. We spoke to 3 of the main protagonists. We spoke to Bruno Zerilli from Gladiator, the navigator. We spoke to the Iceman Harmuller Spreer from Platoon Aviation. And we spoke to Sarah Stone from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. And this is what they had to say. So Bruno, I know that Gage says all the time it's just another day, it's a stick to the processes, but an exciting day, penultimate day of the season, potentially 3 races. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, as you say, there's another day on the water. We have to race as well as we can. Tricky condition because the offshore breeze is always surprises and shift and not normal stuff, but that is what we have. Forecasts are pretty different each other. There is one says 20 knots in the morning dropping down, there is another says 10 in the morning building up to 15, 17. So now we see, we go there. For sure it's going to be raceable condition, whatever it is. I don't think it's going to be 25 plus anymore all day long, and we see.
What does it take to close out a championship like this? I mean, you've obviously done it, was it 4 times before?
Yeah, the dip.
No, the championship.
No, sorry, repeat.
I said, what does it take to win the championship? You've obviously done it before on a day like this.
On a day like this is a bit of random stuff that I don't like too much, especially at the end of the season, at the penultimate day. But there is not, so you have to sail as much as well as you can, start good and be in phase in this kind of breeze, and maybe do as less error as possible, because in a day like today people do more error than usual, and we do as well more error than usual, and try to minimize those.
So in your position it's kind of a little bit sit back and let others make the mistakes, is that a fair comment?
Yeah, every error counts a lot, especially when the fleet is now bigger, because it's 13 boats. So if you do wrong, you do really wrong. But there is failure management and error management.
Good. And specifically looking at your job, how does it? What's the pressure today on your job?
On my job, I think when the conditions are steady and everything, it's more likely you go to the ley line by far away, maybe in the corner, so it's more tricky for the navigator to guess the ley line with the shift probably coming in 1 minute. You have to think more and be more precise. In day like today, my role, the navigator, is not so important to catch a good ley line from far away, as we do normally in Palma, for example. So is more look at the wind and try to help the tactician to do good decisions.
Meantime, you're watching Vasco?
We watch where he is, but today is early to do any boat-to-boat stuff of last day things. We have to wait tomorrow for that.
So Harm, then, the Iceman, how are you feeling this morning? A big day in prospect.
Very good. I mean, it's a little bit sad that we haven't had a race yesterday, but I mean, today is a day to catch another 15 points, if possible. Would be good that we have a good final day tomorrow.
Conditions are suitable for that kind of comeback. Very shifty, very gusty, puffy.
It's almost like on a Bavarian lake. I mean, a little bit more wind here, but this opens up a lot of opportunities. If you have a little bit of luck and sailing smart, staying calm all the day, I mean, should be possible. Why not?
What's the briefing then with the team this morning?
No special briefing. I mean, preparation like every single day, and I think the mood in the boat is good, and we all know that we lost it if we are losing it in the first event this year when we had technical issues with the new boat, and I would say it's open, it's still possible, and the good news, we can't lose, we only can win.
And a 3-race day, I mean, how do you manage a 3-race day compared to a 2-race day?
Well, there's nothing different. I mean, the races are not that long, and I mean, it's like a normal day, I would say.
So, Sarah, a big day for you guys. How do you feel? How does the team feel?
Yeah, we're good. We're ready to go sailing. We've had a few days where we've had too much wind or too shifty, so hopefully today we'll be able to get a couple more races off and put it all together.
How do you feel your chances are of pulling back Gladiator?
It's tricky sailing out here. Breeze is coming off the land, super shifty, so the race course is open to anyone all the time. Anything can happen. For sure, we're in points range with 13 boats in the fleet. There can be a big point spread really quickly.
You feel lucky?
Yeah, always.
What's the mood like in the camp? You've had one or two small changes coming in, obviously with Morgan and so on. That's all settled down now, is it? Where are you in that respect?
Yeah, it's always tricky when you have to switch out some of the crew that you've been sailing with, but we've had a couple of days now to settle in and make sure everyone knows where they go and different maneuvers and what their responsibilities are, so we should be ready to roll for today.
Feeling any pressure?
Same pressure as always. You go out there to win and you see what you can do.
Well, we have a new commentator for the last couple of days of the season. Katie Dabson, really for sailors will need no introduction. NACRA 2017 World Champion and one of the 4 British kiting girls who worked all the way through to Marseille and helped Ellie Aldridge getting her gold medal. But different job for you then?
Yeah, completely different actually. This is a new new area for me, doing some commentating stuff, but I'm looking forward to it.
Tell us about your season then. What have you been doing this year?
So this year I started the season doing quite a lot of kiting still, helping Els, training all the way up until the games. So a couple of weeks before Marseille I was out there with her, getting a load of training in, and then since then I've been having a bit of downtime, kind of a bit of time off, figuring out what I've been doing, following the season here quite a lot, which has been really exciting. I was out in Port Als as well with Gladiator, and so yeah, I'm just having a good time.
So Gladiator going to win?
Yeah.
So that's Katie, a little bit of an affirmed Gladiator fan. She's been with the team, but she's also a hugely experienced sailor. Will be joining us, say, for the next couple of days. So there we go. We are looking out on the waters of the America's Cup city of Valencia off Malvarosa Beach. A big day in prospect, as we said, looking like we'll get 3 races away. The forecast is for the breeze generally to ease through the day, and we should hopefully get away in time. We're joining Katie Dabson on the water, her first day at school as it were. Katie, how's it looking?
Hey Andy, yeah, it's actually looking really nice out here. I'd say the breeze is somewhere kind of mid to high teens at the moment. It's a little bit up and down, so it's going to be an interesting sail choice for all of the boats, whether they use their heavier air sails or their kind of more mid-range sails. I guess it depends what they're expecting on the course, but it should be some really good racing. I'm looking forward to it.
What are the teams doing at the moment then? We've seen a few checking the first beat, have we?
Yeah, they've been doing a couple of laps up and down, been checking out the different sides. I think they're probably kind of looking at their numbers, trying to get to grips with the day, see how much the day is shifting, checking out the line. There's been a lot of pings of the ends of the line, just the pre-start routines.
So when we're in this offshore breeze once again, what does that mean in terms of shifts and the way that the teams will approach these 3 races today?
Yeah, so we've got the same direction as the last few days actually, so hopefully the teams are starting to get pretty locked in with the tactics that are required on an offshore shifty day. I'm expecting the wind to be pretty shifty side to side, so I think they'll be kind of looking at the numbers a lot during the day and playing the shifts a lot, which will be good to see. Lots of action, I think.
And what do you feel the different strategies will be between, say, Gladiator, who are kind of in preserving their lead mode? We have Quantum kind of attacking and coming in from 3rd place at the moment, but clawing their way back at Gladiator all the time, Platoon Aviation. What do you see as the different strategies between these 3 different boats?
Yeah, so you're starting to see a little bit of kind of, I think Platoon are kind of racing their own racing a bit more, whereas Gladiator and Quantum have been kind of staying a bit closer together, and you've seen them together a bit more on the results. So it's 2 different strategies, as you say. There's kind of the attacking strategy or the defending strategy, but I think if it was me personally in any of those positions, I think all you can do is race your own race and kind of do the best that you can. You can't control other boats and other people. So yeah, I think hopefully we'll see some good attacking racing from all of them.
I mean, in that sense, I think Quantum have been a little bit more unsettled with various changes. They missed out in their last race with missing their navigator and Morgan Larson coming in as the helm. Do you think they're kind of more settled now and in a position to attack and get into the top third of the fleet? That's really what's been lacking in their regatta so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you ever have crew changes, especially this late on in the season when you've been kind of working, like training, racing together for this long, it's always going to be a little bit unsettling. But yeah, we've had these are probably good conditions to fast track getting used to that, because
exactly.
You've got a lot on with all of the shifts and the changing conditions. So yeah, I think they'll probably be starting to feel a lot more settled, and yeah, hopefully we'll see some good action from them today.
What do you feel your strategy would be going up this first beat, and where would you imagine the bulk of the fleet starting off this line?
So I think if it was me, I would be kind of looking at the numbers a lot pre-start, trying to figure out which kind of phase we're in, and then I'd use that to make a decision where I start on the line. But my priority for going up this beat would be giving myself options. So clear lanes, racing my own race, and giving myself options to be able to tack on those shifts, because we've seen that's been super important in the last few days of racing in these conditions. So I would be just going for space and options would be my game plan today.
But very much you want to, as you say, a head out the boat day rather than looking at the numbers all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be looking at what's coming down as well, and if there's kind of boats around you, you're looking at what angles they're sailing at and what they're doing. So I think the tacticians and strategists are going to have a lot on today.
I mean, you're obviously close to the Gladiator camp. How's the mood there this morning? Because this is all new for them. They've won regattas and everything else, but go on.
Yeah, no, as you say, it's all new
for
them. This season they've really... yeah, as you say, this is all completely new for them. Oh, well, not completely, but this is all new for them. They've had a really amazing season so far, and they're consistently at the top. But yeah, the mood is good. All the guys are super happy, but they normally are. Yeah, they're just super excited to get some more racing in and see if they can finish off the season on a high.
Indeed, so we're looking at just less than a minute to go now. Top of the start line at the windward end, we've got Paprec, Sled, Provezza and Platoon all high on the committee boat. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, seem to have got a little bit of space, just about a third down. And then on the left side of the line, at the towards the pin end, we've got Alpha Plus, Gladiator and Teasing Machine. So Gladiator actually setting up quite nicely and looking like they're going to come in for the pin. One boat, I think, a little bit late, looking like it might be Interlude. But anyway, we're at 7 or 8 seconds before the start. Gladiator coming in, time on distance. Alpha Plus just above them. Phoenix also going nicely in the middle of the line. It's all about speed off the line. So Gladiator for sure investing in this left side. One boat over, I think Sled over Katie. Looking like they're going back, but meantime, great start from Phoenix. Alpha Plus as well. Yeah, Interlude just gone back, I beg your pardon. And Teasing Machine very slow off the line. One other boat at the top end of the line, looking like that Sled, who are a couple of boat lengths behind. And Provezza, her first attack off out to the right. But Katie, you're alongside Gladiator. How are they looking?
Yeah, I think they're looking quite nice at the moment. They got a really good start. clear off the line, good speed off the line. I think it'll be really interesting to see them versus Preveza, who have tacked out early. It looks like Vayu, who is just above the two on the left-hand side, has also gone back, so more boats starting to go back there. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see the two sides play out. But I think the Gladiators are looking pretty nice right now.
Indeed, Quantum just seemed to be slightly slowed momentarily, but have now also started to tack out to the right. They've got Vayu just behind them. And a drag race on this left side between Gladiator and Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus starting to hold Gladiator very slightly, but also nicely positioned are Phoenix. And then just looking now at the fleet shot, we see Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, going out to the right. Now look at the angle that, for me, Preveza are sailing. Seem to be quite high relative to the boats on this left side. Very, very flat water. Great conditions for the wind speed. But our early leader, according to the tracking, is Gladiator and Alpha Plus. This left side with Phoenix showing well in the meantime. On board with Gladiator, Guillermo Parada looking super relaxed, getting the input from his main sheet trimmer Andrew Escort. Some more and
It'll
more
be
boats
interesting
heading
to
over from
watch when these boats on the left. Sorry, it'll be interesting to see when these boats go back from the left-hand side, when they choose to come back across. I think that could be a really crucial decision on this first beat. We've seen it being super shifty, so them picking their moment to go back across could either be really powerful or they could be in some trouble.
But at the moment, Gladiator a little bit pinned by Criolla just to windward. So they're going to have to wait for the... Just now, Phoenix is in a slightly better position.
The boats that have
But
gone
we're
out onto the
starting-
right-hand side are now back on starboard again. So that'll be... They must
Indeed,
have
we're
had a bit of a shift out there for them to have tacked back onto starboard.
Yeah, for sure. We're starting to see Preveza and Platoon in the top two, according to the tracker. See, they were certainly, when Preveza came off the line and got back up onto starboard, they were sailing quite a high angle relative to the boats on the left. But it really is, it's going back and forwards. We're seeing Phoenix, certainly Phoenix probably the strongest of the boats on the left now, Katie.
Yeah, for sure. I think Phoenix has punched out a little bit compared to the rest of the boats on the left. I think they've just got pretty good speed out there. I'm expecting as we get further up this beat for the shifts to maybe get a bit bigger and the gusts to get a bit bigger as we get a bit closer to the shore. So that'll be, yeah, as I said, interesting to see when they start to go back, or when the boats on the left start to tack back across. But yeah, I think Phoenix is looking pretty strong right now. They're definitely punched out.
Meantime, Gladiator starting to show a little bit better relative to Criolla, just the weather of them. And Alpha Plus. But however, they still have to wait.
Yeah, absolutely.
If
Alpha Plus looks like they're getting a little bit affected by. Alpha Plus looks like they're being a little bit affected, maybe by Phoenix's breeze or by their sails. They're in a bit of a tricky lane there. If I was kind of there, I'd be maybe looking for the tack back. But if they're carrying on, then maybe they must be seeing something top left that they want to get into, along with the rest of the fleet.
Indeed, that's I think probably Gladiator's thoughts at the moment. Also that of Ed Baird on board Phoenix, working with Cameron Dunn. Phoenix lying third overall in the Royal Cup standings. Prevezza, of course, leading. Just getting a shot there of Prevezza. Prevezza seem to be converging back into the fleet a little bit. So I think you're calling that one right, Katie. I think we're seeing a little bit of a header coming down the track, which is what the boats on the left are looking for.
Yeah, if that left shift kind of stays in for the remainder of this beat, then that's exactly playing into the hands of the guys out on the left-hand side. That's exactly what they're going to be seeing on their compass numbers. So let's see if it holds or not. Alpha Plus is just tacked back as well, onto port, sorry. There you go.
Indeed, and then I wonder whether Gladiator hold on there because they now have a much more open lane. But the breeze is quite puffy, little gusts coming down. As Katie said, they will increase in intensity as we get up the windward leg. So with this 12-point margin, then Gladiator don't have to be too punchy, but neither can they afford to be conservative. So Katie, Gladiator have gone back, I think, as much as anything. They probably want to... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just about to say the exact same as you. Gladiator's just gone back. They've clearly seen something to tack back into. Got a good lane going back across there, which I think is a good call. You don't want to be ever in a compromised lane, especially in the shifty stuff. Clear wind, boat speed, going in the right direction for the shifts. I think that's a good call. But yeah, I'm not sure how they're looking on the boats on the right. I think the boats that have gone out right are potentially looking quite strong again at the moment, but we'll see when they get over there.
We'll see, but I think also potentially with Gladiator, maybe just kind of checking in with their main rivals with Platoon and Quantum, just taking their little gain while they can do that, and not being too separated from Quantum and in particular, I think Platoon Aviation. In terms of standings at the moment, Platoon Aviation in 5th, Quantum 8th, and Gladiator 9th. So on
yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see the whole day. I think we're going to see, I think all of the Gladiator, Platoon and Quantum are all going to have an eye on each other. I don't think they're going to let each other get maybe too far away from each other on the racecourse, but we'll see.
We'll see, but certainly the early tack out to the right has worked for Prevezza just now. Vasco's really not very happy with something going on. I think perhaps not happy with Prevezza in front of them, but they're not badly positioned, but really a little bit restricted in where they can go, and I think for sure getting some dirt off Prevezza. I think that's frustration on Vasco's part, and they're tacking at the same time as Prevezza. So a little bit similar to the last race.
The ley lines with the the closer these teams get to the ley lines, the earlier, the less options they have with the shifts. So I quite like the slightly earlier tack back, because you just leave yourself slightly more options in the top third of the beat to be able to just play those last couple of shifts and make those last couple of gains into the mark. But I think quite a lot of the boats have gone pretty close towards the ley lines.
Indeed, you can just see the gusts hitting Platoon, a little bit of a lull. Platoon going across on port, and I think we'll tack inside Paprec, which rather leaves the door Well, Paprick actually tacking off anyway, but rather leaves the door open to Quantum, who are just behind him. As you say, Katie, it's so important not to get bounced around at this stage of the beat.
Yeah, the top part of this beat is so important to have clear wind, clear lanes, have speed going into it, because you're really setting yourself up for the windward mark grounding, and you're positioning there, and that's kind of how determines how you can attack or defend on the downwinds. So yeah, getting into a good position at this windward mark is going to be crucial for the teams to set up for the next leg.
In the meantime, another good first upwind from the French team on Paprick, really starting to show some consistency. Great to talk with Loic Perron yesterday, just saying they just missing a few little percent here and there. But meantime, massive credit to the Preveza team. A little bit of a facsimile of the previous race win, coming off the right side this time though. Came off the left in the last their previous win. But it was interesting talking to Nacho the other day. He was just saying that the thing that they have really in their armoury is Hamish Peppers seems to be very, very strong at predicting what's happening in the next 2 minutes, whether you're upwind or downwind. And Katie, that boat looks fast, besides everything else.
It does. Yeah, it does look really fast, and that obviously, if you're fast, that always helps with tactical decisions as well. But yeah, they're having a great regatta. They're on pace. They're racing their own races. They're making all the good decisions. So yeah, I mean, well done to those guys, because they're giving a masterclass right now.
They are indeed. Won the first regatta of the season then on the Bay of Palma at Palma Vela by just 2 points, with the previous boat took off the main part of the summer waiting for this new boat to be built, and really they seem to have found all the levers, what's required to make it go fast. And Preveza's worst score so far is a 4th. So approaching the windward mark, first time up, race number 4. And it is Ergen Imri's team, which finished 2nd overall last season. Much better fortunes at this point this year. Go on, Katie.
Quite a few boats coming in on port on the ley line here, which is going to be really interesting to see. There's going to be some tight crosses, I think, going to be some tight ley lines, so it'll be interesting to see how all of the teams navigate finding their space on this ley line. It's going to be pretty stacked up.
It is, let's wait and see. But in the meantime, Preveza round and on the offset leg before Platoon get to the windward mark, coming round in 2nd now. Paprick, once again, 3 Ps. Preveza, Platoon, Paprick. And then Q, Quantum. So Criolla then coming into the mark in 5th. Phoenix just struggling a little bit tight on ley line, but credit to Tina Blattner getting round with that well-practiced move. Coming round in 6th. The next round is Alpha Plus. Then Gladiator in 8th, so 4 places between Gladiator and Allegra, ending up on the mark or very, very, very close to it. But yes, just managing to get round. I think without touching, we've got the umpire inside them, so clear rounding for Allegra in the end.
No, that was a red flag up for Allegre. I think they
it?
are having to do penalty turns because they just touched the mark, didn't quite make it round, so they're currently doing a penalty turn, which is going to really impact their racing.
Wow. It is, and it looks like
Oh wait, no,
Sled are
I
doing
was
one
wrong,
as well.
I think.
No, they are.
Yeah, it's all going on up here.
Sled are having to do turns as well, and Sled having a really tough regatta. 2021 champions are way down in 12th place at the moment. Of course, these two boats, Sled and Allegri, have got their own little battle going on for 4th and 5th step on the podium, or just off the podium. But great conditions for this downwind. Looking at Criolla going right downwind along with Alpha Plus. How do you see this run, Katie? It looks fairly even, would you say?
I'd say it's pretty even, although there's quite a lot of boats that have gone for the early jibe, so maybe they've seen some wind out or more pressure out on the left that they want to get down to. Really early jibe from Gladiator. A couple of the others carried on a tiny bit longer, but yeah, you've got most of the fleet now, or most of the top 10 of the fleet are now out on port and heading out left.
So on board with the French there. With Paprec in 2nd or 3rd just now. I think potentially Platoon's tracker may be a little bit wonky, because they're certainly 2nd on the water. Or they were, well, they're just actually. Though Paprec really have a nice gust coming down here. It's all about catching the gust and the puffs and using them to best effect, and that seems to be working well just now for Provezza. But really, Paprec and Platoon pretty much neck and neck. So Criolla in our foreground of our shot, the Brazilian team with the old Provezza seem to be going quite nicely down this right side of the run. They're just in a straight bear-away set, haven't jibed as yet. Maybe seem to be making some gains. You're near them, I guess. Katie, what's your thoughts on Criolla, the Brazilian team?
Yeah, so we're on the same side as Criolla going down this run, and yeah, they're looking, angles wise, they're looking really nice compared to the guys out on the other side. Provezza's actually just jibed back, so that kind of, I guess, confirms the maybe a slight shift in the breeze towards Criolla's favour. But yeah, they're looking pretty nice. They've got real nice pressure. They're looking pretty good. They could be making some big gains down this run.
We could. I mean, the key thing, I guess, is that Provezza Platoon are over on that side. Just a little bit of a hiccup, I guess, with Quantum's tracker. We can see them in the middle of the picture there, so They're certainly top 5, top 6 just now. For me, looking like potentially Phoenix would be losing a little bit more away out on the left just now, but great conditions though, 21, 22 knots I would guess. Full speed conditions. So now then just looking, Quantum and Criolla going well down this run, but for sure that header, that right-hander for Criolla and the boats on the right side has made a significant gain for the Brazilian team. Not sure that they'll be able to jibe in front of the well, we can see there now, we can see Pravetza are across, but it's looking like Criolla might get up to second. On board with Platoon. There you go. So Criolla there just jibing in front of Platoon Aviation, although the jibe is a little bit slow. There's certainly, Katie, I think less breeze down at the leeward gate than there is at the windward mark.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit less breeze down here, and it's also probably a bit more stable down here. So the gust to lull ratios are probably a little bit smaller, which is, I guess, a bit better for the boats being settled. But having said that, it's still pretty breezy compared to what we've been racing in for the last couple of events. So it's probably nice for the guys to stretch their legs, get some speed up.
A little bit cooler anyway. Here comes Pravetza round, leader at the windward mark, still leading. So there we go, and I think coming round, well, it's going to be very close in this mark rounding. Alpha Plus coming in on port quite late. That should get mark room on Platoon Aviation. Once again though, Paprec dropping places coming down the run as he did the other day. But a good gain to Criolla in second. Alpha Plus round in third, I would say. With Platoon Aviation on the other mark, we've got Quantum and Phoenix and Paprec, so a nice little gain, I think, to Quantum. Well, actually, Quantum in the same position. The boats round about them have moved. So Gladiator now coming into the leeward gate on that right-hand mark in 9th position. Actually, I've lost a place since the top mark. Meantime, Platoon Aviation have to clear their lines from Alpha Plus. But yes, Allegra down in 11th, Interlude 10th, the Sled 13th. Sled and Allegra both ending up doing penalties at the top mark. And Teasing Machine slow off the start line, so big spread in the fleet now. So a little bit of a loss in the meantime, I think, to Platoon, perhaps. So Katie, Platoon kind of in the middle of the course, not able to hold that second down the run.
Yeah,
Katie.
there's been a the Criolla had a blinder out on that right hand side when you're looking down the run. They made big gains, and I think Alpha Plus did the same. Made some big gains down that side. The a bit like a split in the fleet going around the lewards. You had half of them going around the left mark, half of them going around the right. All the ones that have gone on the left upwind have now tacked back onto port, so they must be tacking into a shift, or maybe they've seen more pressure on the top right. But yeah, we've got a bit of a split, but most of the fleet now back on port, heading out to the right hand side of the beat.
Very, very dynamic race, this one. Paprec back up to second. See, having lost out a little bit, but they came round the left mark and the leeward gate with Phoenix. But Prevets are still out on their own. Very much able to sail to the shift pattern that they want. But big picture, the advantage is with Platoon ahead of Quantum, and I think Gladiator are 3 or 4 places behind, but at the moment it's changing all the time. But pretty much everybody on port at the moment, Katie. Yeah, that is pretty much the case. Interesting to see the two Prevezzas, the new Prevezza and the old Prevezza side by, or first and second just now. Paprec way out to the right. Once again, this little annoying problem with Quantum Racing powered by American Magic's tracker. Seems to... But no mistaking, the leader still Prevezza. Paprec seem to be making some gains on that right side. In terms of the position, then just the Quantum tracker coming back into it, but Quantum and Platoon Aviation pretty much 4th and 5th at the moment. Gladiator down in 8th. And now we can see Quantum in that picture there. I would say certainly 4th and potentially ahead of Platoon Aviation. So this looking like it could be Quantum's best finish of the regatta so far. They've gone 11.69 so far, presently in 4th and ahead of Platoon Aviation. Remember, the points differences between the leaders at the moment. There's 12 points between Quantum and Gladiator, and 5 points between Platoon Aviation and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. A little bit of a fast tack there, you can see on Platoon Aviation. Mickey. So certainly a close race now between Quantum and Platoon Aviation. Katie, what are you seeing now as we get up halfway up this beat, really?
I think I'm seeing a lot of there's lots of little tacks going on with a lot of the boats and changing lanes. I love watching racing like this. It's always super interesting when it's really shifty. It's like snakes and ladders a little bit, people gaining and losing distance and positions all the time, so it's really, really cool watching. But yeah, you're definitely seeing Preveza out the front racing their own race. Well, this is the definition of the kind of the rich get richer with when you're out leading a race, and you can kind of, especially in these conditions, you can just keep tacking on the shifts you want to tack on and kind of really extend your lead. So they're doing a great job.
The Paprec seem to have strengthened their position coming out to the right from the leeward gate. They have a nice lane. They're not getting involved with other boats, whereas behind then we have this scrap going on between Criolla and Platoon Aviation and Quantum. And in that sense you have when you have Platoon Aviation and Quantum, kind of long-time rivals, getting involved in a little bit of move and counter move, shall we call it. That's always to Gladiator's advantage, although they're 4 places behind just now.
Yeah, it's always really useful when you're when the people you're racing against decide to engage it with each other on the race course. It opens a door for sure to let you kind of creep back up on them while they're distracted by each other.
Anyway, Paprec still holding a good second for the meantime, but it is super shifty, big puffs all the way down the race course. It's going to be really essential to make the right call coming away from the offset mark.
Yeah, with racing like this, it's really not over until you're at the mark. We saw on day 2 with the one single race that we did, up that second beat, the positions completely shifted around in that top third. The guys on the left came in from the back of the fleet, had a really strong shift at the top and really came back into the race. So it still really is all to play for on this last third of this beat.
Indeed, we're just watching Criolla, a little bit of a lefty I think for Criolla on the boats on the left. Maybe Paprec coming back in a small knock for the meantime. Just looking at the tracker, what we're seeing on the tracker. It's so important to come into the top mark if you can with a lane and in phase with the shifts, or as Katie says, you can find yourself losing 3-4 boats very, very easily. And so indeed, yeah, the definite left shift just now for Criolla, which is getting them across Paprec. Platoon on the wrong side of that shift relative to Quantum. But Casey, a really dynamic race, places changing all the time.
Yeah, this is the kind of racing we want to be watching, when it's really exciting, lots of things happening, lots of places to be gained and lost, especially when the points are so tight and the stakes are so high for both the event and the overall series. This is exactly the kind of thing we want to be watching.
So a little bit of a gust there for Preveza. Preveza seem to be quite comfortable on ley line, just losing a little bit of power out the mainsail. Which kind of confirms once again this left shift, lift coming in. Quantum seemed to have done quite nice out of it. On the contrary, Paprec losing a couple of places in the top third of the beat. But overall, Preveza have done quite nicely, gained another 50-60 metres coming up this upwind. Criolla, the Brazilian team, lying in 9th overall, 6th, 8th, 10th so far. But potentially heading for their best result of the regatta so far, as indeed are Quantum.
Yeah, there's been a
So
really
talking
big
about
left
the
shift at the top of this beat. They're struggling to, or they're kind of overlaying the spreader mark by the looks of it. So yeah, that could hurt the guys that have gone really far out to the left and are on the port lay, because they'll be having to come in. They'll be having to sail more distance because they're over the lay line. So that might help the guys that have tacked a bit earlier.
Indeed, we're just watching that, but first round at every mark so far. Ergen Emery's team, Provezza, Paprick in the end just losing out to Criolla, but have a slot to come in and get round in third. And really close between Platoon Aviation and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Platoon are just a little bit slender on ley line, but this could be key. Harmuller Spear having to work hard. He's got mark room there, can afford to push Quantum up a little bit. They have to maintain the momentum to get round the mark. Actually, he's got a little bit of room, but also sliding sideways momentarily. But Platoon get round. Clear ahead of Quantum, but a nice rounding in the end. So Criolla round second, Paprick third, Platoon then Quantum, Alpha Plus, Phoenix. But what an exciting mark rounding. Provezza well clear of trouble, indeed so were Criolla and Paprick. And we're going to have a great scrap down this final run between Platoon Aviation and Quantum. Gladiator in 8th.
So you've got Provezza gone for the early jibe again on this downwind. The rest of the fleet are holding out, so that's a pretty bold call by the leaders. You'd be asking the question: would it be sensible to kind of stay with the fleet and kind of bank your position, or do you go back for even more gains? But so yeah, we'll see how that plays out for them, splitting from the fleet like this.
Interesting, otherwise it's a fairly straightforward lineup. Quantum trying to blanket Platoon Aviation just in front. The Gladiator could do with finding a couple of boats down this run. At the moment losing 3 points, or certainly losing 4 points to Platoon and 3 points to Quantum. So as Katie said then, Phoenix have gone for the early jibe. Projected regatta standings, Provezza would extend their lead by a further 3 points. Paprick holding the podium position once again, 2 points up on Phoenix. Quantum jibe and Platoon Aviation respond, but Quantum sailing with their jib, Platoon Aviation with a staysail. Projected circuit standings 182 versus 190, so 190, so 8 points now between Gladiator and Quantum, and 6 points between Platoon and Quantum. Evens between Allegra and Sled, even though both are quite deep in this race. Paprec moving nicely on the table generally. I think if they finished 6th for the season, they'd be fairly happy with that. Big progress this season for the French team. And also at the moment, significant kudos to Criolla team. A lot of experience in South America with the TP52, and obviously buying one of the fastest boats in the fleet helps. And Samuel Albrecht is a double Olympian for Brazil. There we go, great shot of Gladiator then in 8th place just now. PJ Parada there on the helm, working every little wave. But Gladiator staying to the right down this run, Katie. Where the majority of the fleet have jibed to the left.
Yeah, Gladiator must be trying to get some of those, couple of those points back on the rest of the fleet by splitting out. I think they're going for the attacking game plan rather than consolidation. Which, at this point in the regatta, I mean, you've got to start thinking like that. You want to kind of keep the points tight or keep your advantage as much as you can, and you don't want to let those points slip away. I've seen a lot of jibes from a lot of the boats down this downwind, which we don't often see in this racing. Quite often it's kind of, especially not in the middle of the downwind, it's really interesting to see them playing the shifts downwind as well as on the upwind on this race.
It is. Phoenix up to 4th and pushing Quantum quite hard down this run. But I think this is going to be an interesting and a close finish, other than potentially Preveza and Criolla. Although Phoenix seem to be making some gains. Criolla quite far out on the left relative to the boats we've just seen. Back on board then with the Paprec. Paprec seemed to have had the most dynamic place changing we've seen, sometimes up to 2nd, sometimes dropping to 5th or 6th. Likewise, I think.
Not sure what's going on with Alpha Plus at the moment, but they've had a bit of an issue on their jibe by the looks of it. Their kite's flogging quite a lot, so they're losing quite a lot of ground. I think Gladiator's just about to go past them. Not sure what's going on board there.
Yeah, they seem to have lost the sheet, but maybe a winch problem, not sure, but need to sort that out. But it is a gain to Gladiator, and there's been a loss to Platoon Aviation, unfortunately, down this run so far. That kite's still flogging on Alpha Plus, so expensive for them. But I think a little bit more pressure down this right side where Quantum and Phoenix are. It's not affecting Provezza and Criolla. And for sure, Quantum back through Platoon at the moment. A final jibe then, I think, for the Turkish flag team for Provezza, heading into their second consecutive win, going 4-2-1-1, led at every mark, and can look back with some comfort at the old Provezza, who made that nice gain coming down that first run. So through first is Provezza. Second, Criolla. Then Paprec will get third after all. No major danger there. In the end, happiness abounds on board Criolla. Certainly 6, 8, 10 so far, but then it's close. For fourth, it's looking like Platoon Aviation will get fourth, just ahead of Quantum, keeping Quantum wide with that last jibe. So Platoon come through for fourth. Fifth, I think, is Value, I think, have come in for fifth as I see it. Then Phoenix sixth. Interlude rallying late, and in the end Gladiator, I think, dropping to ninth on that run. So it's a 9 for Gladiator. Situation reversed with Quantum, who are 4 places ahead. And that lead of Gladiator cut significantly on that one race. And Allegra, Alpha Plus, Teasing Machine, and then Sled coming in. So an interesting race there. Provezza, Criolla, Paprec, Platoon, Quantum, Value, Phoenix, Interlodge, Gladiator, Allegra, Alpha Plus, Teasing Machine and Sled. So a tough one in some senses for Gladiator, losing 4 points to Quantum and 5 to Platoon. That lead was 12 points going into this race. And so that was a tough race for Gladiator, Katie.
That's not going to be how they want to start the day. They're going to, they just didn't quite get the shifts right in that one, I think, and got a bit swamped in the fleet and just couldn't make their way back through it. As I said, it's not how they're going to wanted to start the day, but it's going to be all about how they reset, kind of reevaluate the conditions, figure out how to come back from that and make some more gains.
I mean, I think they've got the boat speed once they're in a decent position, but that was a busy first upwind, and they made the wrong call on the left coming off the pin end. In contrast, Provezza sailed a really impeccable race. Platoon Aviation just holding off Quantum into the finish line, so a point gain to them. So here's our projected event standings just now. Provezza on 8, Platoon Aviation on 15, Paprec 22, Phoenix 24, Criolla 26, Interlodge 27, Allegra 30, Gladiator 31, lying in 8th. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic on the same points as the Gladiator, then 31, but a much better race for them. Teasing Machine in 10th, Value in 11th, Sled in 12th, and Alpha Plus in 13th. So that's our first race of the day. We're got a diet of 3 races today, And we're going to take a little bit of a break and join you again for second race of today in a few minutes.
musical. In the club you scream. God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately. I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies. I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us. There's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us. There's no room. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you. And she said, boys out here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us. There's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us. There's no room. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Now our lives are changing. Promises keep slipping. And I always knew it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Standing right in front of me, used to be someone to me. You took all of my energy and had some infidelities. The real estate inside my head you took is never coming back, but you said that it wasn't personal. And every time you lied to me, it's like I didn't want to see, cause I thought you were beautiful, and beauty doesn't want to be mischievous and devious and set a fire unto us, but you were never beautiful at all. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked out those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. I guess I should thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. You went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. I think that I'm over it, but then I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands, makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with, but you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. You went from a walk to a crawl. Had to tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess that I survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me, not the petals hit the floor.
Well, welcome back to Valencia then. A thrilling first race there, won by Prevezza comfortably all the way through, but really it's getting closer and closer at the top of the circuit standings with that situation with Gladiator getting, I think, a ninth in the race. So Gladiator now on 183. They're only 8 points clear of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, who are on 191. Platoon Aviation now in 195. So just the 12 points between Gladiator and Platoon Aviation, separating the three boats on the podium at the moment. Allegri a long way behind, but 1 point ahead of Sled. Then Interlude 1 point ahead of Paprec. Value and Alpha Plus now separated by Phoenix, who are up to 9th, which is pretty good going considering they missed the first regatta of the season. Alpha Plus 10th, Prevezza 11th, Criolla 12th, and Teasing Machine 13th. So let's hopefully join Katie and just say, Katie, Gladiator now just 8 points ahead of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, and Platoon Aviation still pushing hard, and still 2 races to go today. So it's a pretty definitive day, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And with a fleet of 13 boats, it really is. Those points can go in one race. It's really is all to play for. I think racing each race as if it's kind of a standalone race would be the sensible thing to do, because you can't take those 8 points for granted. They could go in a flash.
But the momentum as such is with Platoon and also with Quantum Racing. Quantum, a pretty solid race, in fact their best race of the regatta so far, and starting to show some a little bit of consistency, one would hope. But Breeze seems to have dropped away a little bit more. We probably only have 10 or 11 knots, something like that, Katie?
Yeah, so the wind's swung round to the left a little bit. The windward mark is now 260 compared to 280 in the last race. And it's dropped a lot. It's kind of closer to 10 knots now rather than the kind of mid to high teens we were seeing at the start of the last race. Yeah, completely different conditions, different race, almost a different day at this point. So we'll see what we got.
What would be your suggestion then in terms of strategy on this first beat of the second race? With the breeze more to the left, do you think that's the trend and it will continue to go left, or we'll start to see some thermal influence?
Yeah, I think maybe if there could be a trend as it drops, because the wind is meant to continue dropping, I think, throughout the day. So maybe the wind will keep tracking left as it keeps dropping. So I think protecting that left-hand side would definitely be on my mind. But I still think priority today with the offshore is the playing the shifts and getting on the right side of those shifts and being in a position to maximise the gains you can make from them.
Indeed, at 1 minute to go, we're just on board with Platoon Aviation, who are just setting up, I think, towards the committee boat end of the line. At this end we have Interlude, Paprec, Criolla in the middle of the line, Gladiator and Phoenix at the top of the line. 35 seconds to go. Well bow forward at the moment are Alpha Plus. Quantum Racing at 20 seconds to go look to be a little bit shy on the line, Katie.
Yeah, Quantum have got a bit of distance to make up here. They're pretty bowed back compared to the rest of the fleet. I think they're going to struggle there. They've got a lot of boats above them that are going to be affecting their wind, so I think they're going to be in a pretty bad lane and maybe looking to tack out. I've just heard that I think they're displaying AP, so this start has been postponed. I think they've had a bit of a wind shift, which is probably why Quantum was struggling to get up to the line.
So yeah, we'll just wait and see. I mean, in that size of shift or magnitude of shift, and be interesting to see how far the boats sail up this windward leg. Allegra too were quite far back, but way up at the right side of the track we're seeing Gladiator having a sniff up the right side. Just see how their numbers stack up. So
yeah, you
to,
definitely expect to see the
quantum
boats
racing-
going up a little way up the beat, just to kind of get to grips with these lighter conditions and make sure that they're happy with their settings and their sails and all the decisions they've made pre-start. So you definitely expect to see them carry on for a little bit as if it's a proper race.
But it's very hard, isn't it, to change gears mentally and physically between a fairly robust first race with winds over 20 knots now into lighter conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a completely different day, as I was saying. It's hard. The techniques that you use around the boat, the communications, it's all going to be pretty different. So it's really important to get switched onto that as soon as you can, so that you're ready for the conditions you've got.
And that, just to reiterate, is pretty much why the teams are carrying on up this beat. As I said the other day, we had the same situation. It's like a little bit of brinksmanship. It's like who goes on furthest and longest, keeping everybody waiting. But also, obviously, Maria, our principal race officer, will wait until she's happy that the breeze is settled. Just looking at the angles across the fleet, really, at the moment, it does seem to be a fairly even direction across the fleet for the moment. So just to repeat, if you've just joined us, we're AP'd. We've got a short postponement, the shift just coming into the start. So this is not a race, this is just a little bit of extra practice as the boats start to peel off and go back. As we're seeing now with with Allegra just taking their time to go on to port and head upwind. There's great images now from their drone pilot. You can just see the puffs and little gusts rolling down off the city. So Katie, the kind of orientation then with the breeze a little bit further to the left, it's still pretty offshore though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still super offshore. I don't think the breeze it's only kind of 15-20 degrees further left. I wouldn't expect it to change the shifts and the gusts that much. It's still super offshore, and it's still going to be pretty wacky. Super hard to lay a course, I think.
So we're hearing Maria in the background. What's she saying?
I didn't quite hear what she was saying there, actually.
We'll catch up, and I don't think there's any urgency to get a course laid while it's this shifty. Yeah, 12:45.
So I think 12:45 warning signal.
Ben McCann in the background. Info relayed by Ben McCann there. Our eyes and ears on the course as well. Anyway, so I say the top three compressing all the time in terms of the standings. As you know, to be honest, we wouldn't really expect anything less at this time of the season. It so often seems to be the case. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. Hopefully that's long enough for the breeze to remain settled and to get the next sequence underway. Join us again in a few minutes.
Raw energy. Don't stop. Go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop. Go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and blow the house down.
play it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really want to see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Without creating mountains where the valleys used to be, and all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah, but I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. I was made for this.
So looking a little bit better. Breeze seems to be back in and settled. We hope, fingers crossed. Less than 5 minutes to go to the start of the second race of the day. Katie, would you agree the breeze is more settled?
Yeah, the breeze has definitely come back in a bit. It's definitely not down as far as 10 knots anymore. I think it's probably closer to kind of 12, 13 knots. It's looking a bit more even across the course as well. So hopefully it'll stabilise and we'll get a proper start in.
What do you see as the mood through the fleet? You've got two different things going on, obviously. You've got the teams which are probably a little bit more focused on the Royal Cup, and we have the boats which are pitched in the battle for the top places. But I mean, the battle goes all the way through the standings for the circuit. But Prevets are looking good for the Royal Cup at the moment. Anyway, there's just a quick reminder of the
really
circuit standings. Go on, Katie. So I know we're just saying Gladiator. Gladiator 8 points ahead. They were 18 coming into the regatta. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, just starting to find a little bit of consistency, I think. Platoon Aviation on 195. So really, with potentially two more races today, ideally two tomorrow, there's still plenty of scope for any of these three teams to win the 2024 title. And of course, Gladiator are the only team of the three which have never won the title back on board with them. What do you imagine Guillermo Parada has been saying to the team then, Katie?
I think he's they're probably just trying to reset after that last race and try and figure out what's maybe causing the races not to go as they kind of are hoping they're going. And I think just trying to keep it calm, stick to their processes. They're really big on processes on Gladiator, and it's been super successful for them thus far. So I think just trying to bring it back, simplify and get back to those processes which they know work for them.
That's indeed the case, I would imagine. But it's an interesting dynamic that you have on board in terms of the decision making, and that is doubly hard on days like this, or when you start to get your back to the wall a little bit, because they don't have what you might call a bona fide tactician. It's a kind of group decisions at some stages. Obviously, Tony makes the executive decision, as it were. But when it's tough and shifty like this, I mean, what's worked for them so far has always been picking a side, and usually, even if the side has not been right, they've managed to win that side and they've managed to be best from that side. And these conditions here, this shifty offshore, is not always conducive to that strategy. But the same could be said with Quantum. To a certain extent, they're much more conservative. But anyway, this is going to be a fascinating race at 1 minute to the start. Katie, what are you seeing?
So we're seeing kind of Gladiator lining up at the committee boat end. Gladiator, Platoon and Quantum are all kind of the top half of the line. They're all pretty close to each other. So they're clearly going to be vying for the same bit of water up this upwind. Got similar strategies. But yeah, there's a pretty spread out line. There's no massive bunch of the boat. There's no massive bunch of the pin. Everyone's going for their own space. Clearly I think clear wind is a priority at this point.
Indeed, so Gladiator and Prevets are then side by side at the top end of the line. Gladiator closest to the committee boat, bow forward momentarily, just waiting. They have Phoenix above them as well. Bow comes down at 5 seconds to go. Final speed build, good start from actually Platoon Aviation, make a nice start. Just 3 or 4 boat lengths down from the committee boat end of the line. Value in our foreground on the pin. Nice start from Alpha Plus. Keith Swinton is steering Alpha Plus this week. Leo Takahashi is with the Kiwi youth team in Barcelona. So overall, pretty even start. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Platoon starting side by side. Platoon have a very slight edge at the moment. Gladiator staying just to weather. A teasing machine it is that's gone out to the right. Phoenix, the most windward boat, is also now tacked to the right. Paprec not so good in the middle of the upwind, or the middle of the lineup. But looking pretty even off the line. Platoon just have a little click of boat speed just now. Trying to see whether Quantum can get up and affect them. Platoon have got Preveza just to windward, but living reasonably comfortably at the moment. But an interesting start, Katie.
Yeah, really interesting start. How spread out down the line the fleet were. We've seen some of the other starts, a lot of boats battling for a specific end.
Yeah, actually from this left side, Value seem to have the early lead. We've seen that before. But Breeze is more to the left, as Katie's saying. In that situation, you probably maybe want to protect the left. But it's a drag race between Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and Platoon Aviation. So starting to think Gladiator really, at the moment, just kind of hedging and staying with Quantum and Platoon, trying not to get separated at this stage, maybe playing it a little bit more conservative. But that is not easy in a 13 boat fleet. So the early leaders with the Value and Alpha Plus on this left side, they're certainly bow forward on the boats to their right. Certainly would probably would cross the boats to their right. Gladiator have now tacked from that right side. Quantum and Platoon Aviation carrying on starboard. A little bit more pressure on that right side for me just now. They're now seeing Platoon Aviation tacking away from Quantum. But certainly Value on this left side and Alpha Plus going well off the pin end of the line. But looking at that aerial shot, it's quite light to their right, and then there's a band of breeze away out on the right where the most right-hand boats are. Teasing Machine, Phoenix, Sled going that way, Paprec. So Value tack into some pressure that we can just see it on the water, and potentially this a little left-hander. That's what Nick Rogers, Miles Seddon, the navigator. Nick is the tactician. So Value, of course, won the first regatta in the USA in Newport. Since then, Gladiator have won both regattas since then. It's a very open race, this one, by the looks of things. Now Platoon, Aviation and Gladiator side by side. Actually, that right side looking good, as we said earlier on, with Breeze. And a nice angle, certainly, for Phoenix. That right side really looking quite good then. Phoenix, Paprec, Sled, all on the right. The Value in
Okay, so we're getting to the top third of this beat. We've seen a bit of a split actually on the first half of the beat. We've seen a group of boats out to the left-hand side, Vayu, Alpha Plus, out on the left-hand side, and then Teasing Machine and Paprak and a couple of others out on the right-hand side. They're all kind of converging in the middle now and seeing where how the cards have fallen at this point. But I think there's still lots of game left to play in this upwind. You've got Gladiator and Sled who have gone out pretty far right at the top of this beat, and the rest of the fleet kind of middle left. To me currently, I think I'm potentially liking the look of the right a little bit more actually. It's yeah, it's looking pretty nice, but as I said, it's kind of all to play for at the top of this beat. It's super shifty, super gusty, typical offshore conditions, so it can all change even in the last sort of 50 meters to the mark. Positions can still change. So we've got Gladiator and Paprak potentially on ley line at the moment for this windward mark. Maybe looking a little bit over ley line actually. And then we've got the likes of Platoon and Quantum coming in from the left, along with another bunch of Phoenix, Alpha Plus, Vayu. We'll see how they come in because they played the left-hand side of the course. The wind looks like it's gone pretty right at the top here. All of the boats that have gone out to that ley line are looking pretty overstood on the starboard at the moment. You've got Interlude, who have tacked a bit earlier, are struggling to lay. They're going to have to double tack up to this windward mark. But I think they look like they could be out in front of this windward mark actually, with how it's playing out. Another couple of boats now underlaying. It's super shifty up at this top mark. Wind swinging all over the place. The boats that I thought were overlay are now looking actually a bit nicer, and the boats that were looking fine have gone to being really underlay. So it's really shifty at the top here. So first boat's just gone round. I think that might be Sled. Really congested at the top. First boat round, got a really big lead on the rest of the fleet. The rest of the fleet, crazy shifts in here. All the rest of the boats in the fleet are just zigzagging across each other. It's full snakes and ladders at this top mark. Second boat round, Alpha Plus, just going round now, and Sled out in front. They've already hoisted, so that's just goes to show what a really good entry to the windward mark can look like. If you nail those shifts at the very top in conditions like this, the gains can be huge. Third round, Teasing Machine, and then fourth is Interlude. Paprak round in fifth, and Gladiator looking potentially to be in sixth, but pretty close on that mark. They're going to have to do a little bit of a shoot up at the last minute potentially to make it round. The wind's gone really far round at the top here. Gladiator, Platoon, and Quantum all round the windward mark within 2 boat lengths of each other at the moment. It's really tight racing. Quantum going to try and roll Gladiator on this spreader leg. Phoenix and Vayu pretty neck and neck around this windward mark as well. Phoenix just lost out a little bit to Vayu lost out a little bit to Phoenix, who just managed to roll over the top of them. Then we've got Allegre, and then Criolla, and then, oh no, sorry, not Criolla. Allegre, Preveza, and then Criolla. Got the majority of the fleet, in fact all of the fleet are holding or going straight set down this first downwind. Breeze has got pretty light up here actually compared to what we started. It's super up and down, super shifty. I wonder if there's maybe some fighting breezes because the day has got a lot hotter in the last sort of 45 minutes or so. The sun's come out, the temperature's really hotting up. Got a bit of a battle here downwind between Platoon and Gladiator. You got Platoon trying to roll Gladiator on the defensive, but that's opening the door for Quantum behind them, who can just trying to get into a low mode and try and nip past them. It's a good little battle to watch actually. So all the boats currently still on starboard, straight set. They must be seeing maybe some more pressure out here, or just the shifts at the top have maybe settled down a bit, and they feel like this is the right side of the downwind to go on. First boat's driving out here. Oh no, hold that. So Criolla at the back have just jibed out. I think if I was in their position with such a tight fleet in front of me, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. Let the guys in front of you kind of slow themselves up or having little battles, and jibing out to try and get a bit of different breeze is a good way to make some gains in this stuff, because the fleet's so tight. You can go and try and find something a bit different and get ahead of the bunch in front of you. You're not gonna gain anything by following the fleet. So I think that's probably could be quite a good call by them. They've not really got a lot to lose in the position that they're in currently in this race. So the front of the fleet, we've still got Sled out in front, Alpha Plus and Teasing Machine second and third. Then we've got Interlude and Pat Prek just behind, and then behind that there's a really big bunch of boats that are all pretty tight. It really is all to play for down this beat actually. I think getting a good jibe in is going to be super important. If these boats lose anything on the jibe in terms of distance, or they don't manage to get their kite set quickly, I think they could lose out position wise, because it's going to be all in the meters in this race because they're so tight. So looking around the course now, I think this bottom right-hand side is looking to me to be getting pretty light. The wind is dropping quite a lot down here, and I'm not sure how much further I'd want to be going if I was these guys. I'd be considering trying to jibe back out, maybe trying to get into a bit more pressure. Criolla at the top, who's jibed out early, look to be in a lot more pressure. They look a lot more powered up than the guys that are jibing down here. We've got guys that jibing down here that are not fully hiking out, and they're kind of in their more light wind positioning in terms of crew body distribution and where they're sat. Whereas from what I can see at the top, Criolla looks pretty powered up and has got some pace up there. So it will be really interesting to see where they come out if they can stay in that pressure all the way out to the left and then jibe back in onto starboard but they'll have rights on starboard coming in, so that'll be a really interesting matchup when they come back together. You've got the whole fleet now as well to have jibed onto port, apart from Gladiator, who's the last boat on starboard just continuing down. And then Gladiators just jibed there, so last boat to jibe. They've gone furthest out to the right. So they're probably trying to get clear wind and maybe try to minimize maneuvers in the lighter winds potentially. Yeah, Crayola up at that top left-hand side. They've definitely got a different bit of pressure to the rest of the fleet. They're looking pretty quick up there. The teams will be starting to think as well about the strategy for the next upwind and maybe which mark they're going to be trying to go round. You'd be thinking about if Crayola does make this big gain, then maybe thinking about going right up the second beat to see if they can hook into that pressure again, or maybe they've seen something else completely going down this downwind. The pressure differences in this stuff when it's between kind of like sub 10 knots and above 10 knots, boat speeds and angles make such a difference. Like you get, if you've watched Crayola's downwind, they've had a couple more knots of pressure by the looks of it up there, and they can just sail a much lower, faster angle, and it means they just get to sail around the whole fleet. And then the guys that are stuck in the lighter breeze, they obviously a few knots slower. They can't point as low, and it's really hard to get the boat up and going in that lighter breeze. It looks like the pressure from that side, that Crayola on the right hand side, is starting to come down to the rest of the fleet. You've got sleds who are leaders around the top. They've definitely got into that pressure now, and they're looking a bit faster coming down into this mark. Crayola is now back on starboard, so they're going to have a pretty interesting cross at the bottom with Sled versus Crayola. Sled's gone for a super early drop here. Yeah, super early drop by Sled. They look like they've potentially lost a bit of ground for Crayola. Amazing downwind there by Crayola. They've gone from 13th round the top mark to 1st round the leeward mark, just by jibing out super early, not following the rest of the fleet and finding their own little bit of pressure and literally sailing completely around the whole fleet. That was an insane bit of decision making on that boat. So 1st round Crayola, 2nd round Sled. Pressure's back up now across the whole course. Really big gap between these top two boats and the rest of the fleet. The rest of the fleet is still not even on the last jibe into the mark. It's looking like it's going to be Alpha Plus and Teasing Machine pretty close together for 3rd and 4th. There was a split, so Crayola goes round the left-hand mark as you're looking downwind, and Sled went round the right-hand mark as you're looking downwind of the leeward mark. So they've chosen different strategies for the start of this upwind leg. So that'll be interesting to see. They've both now tacked back, so they're now heading towards each other. So it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top from that decision making. Teasing Machine is 3rd round the leewards, and then Alpha Plus round in 4th, again choosing different leeward gates. So there's going to be quite a split, I think, by the looks of it, of the whole fleet going down this up this next upwind. Bit of congestion here for the next few boats round. Allegro round in 5th. Really early drops by Vayu and Interlude. Super early drops. Lost quite a bit of boat speed in those ones. So it's Vayu, then followed by Interlude, followed by Provezzo, who again have also made a really big gain down there. They were 12th going around the windward marks, and they've got back up again to sort of around 8th, I think. Provezzo followed by Paprec. Gladiator going around the right-hand mark, looking downwind. The rest of the fleet have gone around the left mark, so let's see if this pays off for them. I think they're trying to get clear of the rest of the fleet and get a bit of clear wind to be able to sell their own race, is what I would assume is why they've gone around that mark, which I think is a sensible call. I think if you're choosing leeward marks and you're in a congested bit of the race where there's a lot of boats around you, I think going for clear air is a solid strategy. I think you want to be maximizing speed and kind of getting clear of the rest of the fleet and letting them all slow each other up. You've got Provezza, Phoenix, Quantum and Platoon all heading out to the left, but out of the leeward mark, heading out to the right, sorry, out of the leeward marks, and they're going to be all affecting each other's breezes and trying to hold their lanes as best they can. And I think that's definitely not the quickest way to be.
So a little bit of wacky races on that previous round, but the good news for the principal contenders for the title is they're all in they may be in the lower third of the fleet, but they're all close together. Gladiator with the upper hand in 9th, Quantum Racing Powered by American Magic in 11th, and Platoon Aviation 2 places behind in 13th. So in a few seconds, hopefully we maybe have a little bit of a look at the circuit standings if we can project them in due course, but really, yeah, we can try and do that maybe later, but the advantage moving slightly back in Gladiator's favour at the moment, but a real curveball in the previous round, but all credit to Criolla taking that opportunity when it came. But Katie, yeah, they've got a big lead, haven't the Brazilian team?
Yeah, that downwind was incredible by them. I think that was really, yeah, 13th to 1st in one downwind. You definitely take that. Yeah, they're looking pretty good at the moment. I think now that they've made it out to the front, they just need to kind of stay in between the fleet and the windward mark in this stuff. You don't want to be kind of going out on a limb and going out to a corner on your own once you're at the front. You want to be consolidating the position you're in and just trying to stay in front. So I'd assume that their strategy on board has now changed, and now they're going to be sailing a bit more conservatively on this next lap of the course.
So I'm pretty sure Criolla have not won a race as yet, but this could be their moment. So apparently we're missing Sledge
So
Tracker,
Criolla
but in the end,
ducking.
oh, wow, we spoke too soon. It's the old curse of the commentator, isn't it? However, this race is far from over. But certainly, nonetheless, it's been a good injection of morale for the sled team. 2021 champions who were very low on the leaderboard. Going into this race. So to Criolla. So a battle between Criolla and Sled, which swings back to the Brazilian team. But neck and neck with a comfortable lead over the fleet really at the moment. Teasing Machine up in third. So there we go. Projected standings for the season coming up in a few seconds, but you can imagine it's just getting closer, just getting tighter all the time. You thought that last season's finale was heart-stopping. It's looking like it may be the same again for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Gladiator back in 12th just now. There's the circuit standings then for the moment. Circuit standings: Gladiator on 195, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic on 202, Platoon Aviation on 204. So now just 7 points between Gladiator and Quantum. Platoon 2 points behind and threatening Quantum Racing powered by American Magic all the time as we continue the second beat of race 2 of the day. On board with the 2024 World Champions, winners of last month's regatta in Puerto Portals. They have a bit of distance to catch up on Quantum, don't they, Katie? Gladiator and also trying to catch Platoon.
Yeah, they do. I think splitting at that lower mark, it was. I mean, it wasn't. I don't think it was a bad decision in terms of the traffic at that lower mark, but I don't think it's paid off for them. Looking at the tracking at the moment, I think maybe the shift was a bit wrong at that bottom and they got a bit caught out, which was a bit of a shame. But again, I mean, as we saw at the top of that last beat, it just changes so much, and yeah, anything can happen. It's a cliche, but it's so true.
Anyway, exciting stuff, and as I say, nice to see one or two newer faces, or faces that we haven't seen at the front of the fleet for a while, getting a few moments in the sun. Criolla, the brand new team, Sled having a little bit of a torrid time at this regatta. I always remember the phrase that you'll remember from your performance director Stephen Park. Sparky always said, Katie, you don't nobody becomes an idiot overnight. But you can even see the past circuit champions and world champions. You can have a bad regatta, as Sled are having, but they're still one of the best teams in this fleet, and also good to see them at the front of the fleet. So important for the owners as well that they feel they're getting part of the competition and getting some good results from time to time, and that applies all the way through the fleet with our new owners on Criolla. A great shot from the air there, just seeing the angles, just seeing the patches and puffs of breeze looking downwind, and the fleet is really quite well spread out. But Mr. Akura, Takashi Akura, coming in towards the windward mark.
Yeah, Sled's made a pretty big gain on the last kind of third of this upwind compared to Criolla. They've extended quite a bit. Yeah, they have. They're attacking now onto the ley line, and Criola's just only just going past the spreader now. So not the spreader, sorry, the offset. So yeah, that was a really good decision up the top of that one. They got into a good shift and kind of took it.
Indeed, they have a nice ley line.
It's a pretty, yeah, nice lay there. No, there's a pretty big gap actually between the top 3 boats and the rest of the fleet. Top 3 boats have seemed to kind of sail away after this on this upwind after the leeward marks. Teasy Machine's done pretty well to catch up to Criolla and Sled though, about that leeward mark, because Criolla and Sled were pretty ahead at the bottom. They both made pretty big gains, and then yeah, the Teasy Machine's done really well to kind of keep on their tails, and I think they're actually going to round in front of Criolla at this top mark. So
that's amazing,
really nice top of this beat by Teasing Machine.
So the two brand new teams in second and third.
The spreader mark.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, Sled now rounding the spreader mark, and then Teasing Machine and Criolla, as you say, like the new teams, like to the nearest teams on the circuit, and podium finish in this race, which is really cool and exciting for them to be, and a convincing one as well. So it's super exciting for them.
But the fleet is quite well spread out now. We're just waiting for 4th place, which looks like it might be Allegra, and our drone shot on the early stages of the downwind. So Allegra then coming into the windward mark in 4th. Andy Soriano there, and the owner driver. Again, the team happy to get some good results. They've been a little bit up and down in this regatta so far. Mid-fleet pretty much, but 2-5, 13 and a 10th. Started well with that second in the first race. But certainly it's a long time since we've seen a fleet as spread out as this. On board there with kite just being set on platoon aviation. Breeze up quite nicely. On board there with Privetza, Hamish Pepper, their tactician, just looking under the jib to see the distance to the windward mark. He'll call the hoist in the next few seconds. John Cutler there, the helm, and Colaparada on the runners there. So Platoon Aviation in 8th, Preveza 9th. Quantum in 10th, Alpha Plus 11th, 12th is Gladiator, and I think 13th Paprec. Paprec still coming into the windward mark, but it's a real roller coaster of a day, Katie, isn't it?
It really is. It's incredibly shifty out here, and Paprec's just shown how easy it is to get caught out on the wrong side of shifts. The gains and losses are massive. I mean, Sled is currently halfway down the run, and Paprec's not even quite made it to the windward mark yet, just from getting a bad shift out on that right hand side and having to sail back across on a big header. So it's probably a pretty painful day on the water for some of these boats.
Certainly nail biting on Gladiator, I'd imagine. They have Platoon Aviation 4 places ahead of them. But these 3 race days are tough on the sailors, tough on the owners, mentally and physically. That's top left of the screen. You see the SEER standings for the circuit at the moment. Gladiator 195, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic 202. So still 7 points between the two. Platoon Aviation just 1 point behind Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. So sorry, Katie, carry on. And there's this event standings: Preveza 17, Platoon 23, Criolla 28. So Criolla up to 3rd, but it's super close. Paprec, unfortunately, they were 3rd or 4th. I think they were 3rd on the podium going into this race. They're dropping out to 8th, but there's just 7 points between Criolla and Paprec. So sorry about that, Katie. We're just catching up on the points standings for the circuit and for the regatta. Really nothing in it between Quantum and Platoon Aviation. I mean, it's an incredible battle, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you want to finish as high as you can, but Platoon and Quantum in particular, neck and neck, and Gladiator have to be punchy, have to push the risks now. They've been prepared to do that all season, and they really can't afford to change that philosophy now. But a big spread then in the fleet. Sled are presently 5th overall and just a point behind Allegra in this battle for 4th. So we are on board with Criolla. I mean, if Criolla finished on the podium for this regatta, what a debut for the Brazilian team it would be. That is Sam Albrecht there, just talking to his helmsman there and his trimmers. The breeze is very, very much up and down. You see these big gusts coming down off the beach. Teasing machine have done well as well. And it's really a head-to-head. So last jibe for sled, Katie, do we think?
Yeah, I think they should make it through on this one for sure. With a nice lead that they've held kind of the whole way around the course. So really, really good race from them. Yeah, they should make it in here in one for sure. And then you've got a little battle behind with Criolla and Teasing Machine. Teasing Machine kind of maybe has lost the place back to Criolla that they gained at the windward mark, but it's going to be a tight finish for sure.
But anyway, all credit to Takashi Akura, owner driver on sled, coming through the finish line now for their first win at this regatta, their first win since I think they won, just checking, they won one race last month in Portals, won the third race from the end of the regatta. So it's Criolla from Teasing Machine, nothing in it. Criolla's best score so far was that second that they had in the first race that they ever sailed in the Super Series. So all credit to Eduardo and Renato Plas, the brothers, and their team, getting their second. And also Teasing Machine, Eric de Turkheim. Finished with a race win in Puerto Portals. Then Allegra coming through for fourth, some distance behind third, but an even bigger distance back to fifth, I think. So who's next, Katie?
Looks like Vayu is going to be coming in next from what I can see here. They've got a nice little puff coming down now. Got a good bit of pressure, good speed, so I think they're kind of one jibing in here. It'll be Vayu, and then it could be pretty tight after that, I think, actually. You've got Phoenix coming in from the right-hand side, coming downwind, and you've got Platoon also coming in pretty quick, so I think the next few places are kind of all to play for. Looks like Quantum could have made a bit of a gain on Provetza on that last downwind. Maybe gained another place back, and Gladiator jibed back in front of the fleet. So again, it'll be interesting to see where those two come out, because they were all pretty tight going around the windward. So yeah, it's going to be all change at this finish, I think. But yeah, Vayu just gone through the finish, and then next up is going to be Phoenix.
So Phoenix getting sixth. Tina Plattner there on the helm, and through next will be Platoon Aviation. Then is Interlude, then Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, 9th for them. Then Gladiator getting 12th, I think, in the end. Yeah, 12th. So Tony Langley there scratching his head. So Prevetsa get 10th, Alpha Plus 11th, Gladiator 12th, and 13th is Paprec. So Katie, what a race there. All the pressure staying on Gladiator, not able to keep in front of Quantum and Platoon. But just 5 points in it now between them and Quantum, and just 2 points between Platoon and Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. It's getting closer all the time. Just sum up that race for me, Katie. It was a little bit topsy-turvy, hard mentally.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to be, especially the brains on board making the decisions, they're going to be getting pretty tired at this point. There's so much to watch out for, and I mean, that was for me a super exciting race. I mean, the highlight was oh wait, maybe this was the last race, but yeah, no, it was super topsy-turvy. That windward mark, first upwind, shifts, so many shifts, and it's hard to keep track, to be honest with you, because it's all over the place. But yeah, it's super tight racing, which is what we want to see, to be honest. Lots of changes, and yeah, super cool.
Indeed, and it's only 1:43, I think, local time, isn't it? So we should roll into a race 3 of the day fairly quickly. So the regatta standings at the moment, well, Prevetsa now only 4 points clear of Platoon Aviation Criolla, the Brazilian team who joined us only last month in Puerto Portals, up to 3rd, but they're only 2 points clear of Phoenix. Allegra in 5th, 4 points behind Phoenix. Teasing Machine 35 points, tied with Paprec on 35, Interlodge on 35. Value getting up the table a little bit thanks to that good result for them, 39. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic down in 10th and 40 points, and Gladiator in 12th and 43. Alpha Plus in 13th on 54 points. But certainly Gladiator, considering they have done so well this season, really not able to impose themselves the same way they have in the last 2 events. And in the end, there's a 5-point lead for the British team going into the 3rd race of the day. Quantum Racing on 200 points, and Platoon Aviation only 2 points behind the long-time rivals, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. And Sled and Allegri 2 points different. Battle for 4th is intense as anything, and also Paprec, Interlodge still pretty close. Value 268. Phoenix moving up the table nicely, 276. Alpha Plus, Prevetsa, Criolla, and Teasing Machine. I mean, the top of the table is exciting, but there are battles all the way through the fleet, and it will all be decided by tomorrow afternoon. We'll know who the 2024 champions are, but we'll take a little bit of a break just now and roll into the 3rd race of the day in a few minutes. Stay with us.
contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear. But your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. Baby, you make me crazy. I'm seeing roses. Baby, just maybe you save me. Oh, take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling.
it safe, and you can see it. It's easy for me to show, but sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Among the waves, let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my dark created mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. Creating mountains where the valleys used to be, and all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah, but I have overcome it all, and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. I was made for this.
So welcome back to Valencia then. We're going into the third race of the day, and it really is a real roller coaster of the day, emotionally and physically, with big shifts in that previous race. Seeing Criolla, the Brazilian team, going 2 second places in a row today. They really are the boat on form, and otherwise a little bit up and down for the main protagonists who are fighting for this circuit title. To say there's only 5 points now between Gladiator and Quantum, and 7 points between Platoon Aviation and Gladiator. So the pressure still is on Gladiator, but Katie, really anything could happen. We said that before the first race, we said that before the second race, and here we are again. It's thrilling stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and I'm going to say it again. Anything can happen in this race. Yeah, the conditions are looking pretty nice at the moment. The wind's picked back up a little bit. It looks like it's filled in across the course, but again, I feel like I've said that before and then eaten my own words. So we'll see what happens.
No, but I mean, credit to the Brazilian team. 2 second places in a row. A little bit lucky, you'd have to say, or in the right place at the right time in that race we've just seen. But all credit to them in second place twice in a row, and I think up in third for the regatta. But the breeze, I just had a quick look there, but it does look a little bit more settled, yet less gusts perhaps, but temperatures evened out. But it's a very warm offshore breeze, isn't it, which carries the imprint of the city behind, and the little pockets of cooler air up in the mountains. It's a very inconsistent, unsettled breeze, but let's see how it plays out. So just over 2 minutes to go. And we've seen, even today, I think we've seen races won from the left and the right, haven't we?
Yeah, there's not been a side which has been more powerful than the other side today. It's very much been just what you've got in the moment and what you've got at that start. That's what you're racing in, and it seems to be pretty hard to predict. But yeah, somehow Criolla is managing that. So fair play to them.
Indeed. So then, time for a Gladiator to step up to the plate and put in a top result. Could be the same could be said for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, and also Platoon. Though Platoon probably the most consistent so far this regatta, and closer to what we've seen from them really since Newport. Once again, I think probably one of the best performers since after they had that accident in Newport. But meantime, Gladiator, their worst score so far at Regatta was 5th in Palmavila at the beginning of the year, 2nd in Newport, the first regatta, then 2 wins back to back. Presently in, I think, 12th. Oh, sorry, at the present moment, yeah, the 12th overall. Long way off the podium, but anyway, Katie, talk to us about this start. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so again, the boats are all pretty spread out on this line. You've got a bunch fighting for the pin end. You've got Interlude, Vayu, Prevezza all fighting for this pin end, and then you've got Gladiator, Platoon, Quantum, kind of more middle boat end, all again in very similar bits of water. So I'm not sure if that's intentional on any of their parts or if that's just where they've ended up. But yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be a good start.
Final speed build then, Gladiator in the middle of the line, so a bit more conservative, though they have got a nice pace off the pin end of the line. A good start from Interlude, very much liking Gladiator start in terms of speed and conservative positioning. Gage Parada's got really good time and distance in the final seconds. To weather off them, we see though bow number 1 sailing got a slightly higher mode for the moment, just trying to maintain their separation. Gladiator sailing a little bit quicker, I think, probably trying to roll over Allegre, but straight away off the pin end of the line, early advantage to Interlude with Chris Matthews steering. Their final regatta on the 52 Super Series. On board with Paprick, just to windward Allegri. So two boats have tacked off early, and they are Criolla playing their joker, going out to the right. Phoenix going right as well. Teasing Machine, that's worked for them. And I think Quantum also going to the right by the looks of things, Katie. Yeah.
Yeah, Quantum going out to the right as well. You've got quite a lot of the fleet now going out to the right, but I mean, Interlude had a really good start down here. They had really good pace off the line. They're looking pretty quick down here, so I wouldn't be unhappy if I was those guys.
It's all about this first shift, though, isn't it? Or first and second shift, let's call it that way. But still looks quite even just watching the tracker, which is still, in terms of angles, relative angles to the windward mark, it's pretty even just now. Quantum tracker we're having intermittent problems with, but we can see them on the screen there, nicely positioned just to weather off Teasing Machine. Criolla going well out on that right side. And previously in this
I think
breeze,
the bottom of this beat is all about getting the. Yeah, I think the bottom of this beat is all about getting that first shift right off the line and making that first right decision, and then the closer up to the windward mark you get and the shiftier it gets, it's then all about playing those little shifts and getting those little gains up into that windward mark to get in a good position.
but you have to do that, don't you? You can't afford to just push out to a ley line and sail conservatively, because as you said, you're either sailing more distance and not using not using the shifts, or missing out on the wind pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a bang a corner day. It's very much a head out boat, look for what's coming, and make the most of all the little gains that you get.
And I don't think that's any criticism in any way of Gladiator. You speak to Gigi Parada, and they said that's consistently been their strategy, has been picking a corner or picking a side and working to the corner. The advantage being that they're generally staying out of trouble. Generally, they've had good boat speed, and so now it's very different, where it's about being nimble, being proactive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just different venues need different strategies, and yeah, the corners work quite often, but just here it's just it seems to be a bit trickier. It's more hit and miss, I think, with the corners.
I guess who's leading then at the moment? None other than Criolla, potentially doing 2-2-1, but and they're absolutely flying. They've got good breeze, really nice and settled. And it's quite interesting in a way. I think they're, I don't think they're kind of hidebound by any preconceptions. That's maybe one of the things with them. They don't have established America's Cup sailors who go back with long histories here or whatever. I think they're very much sailing their own regatta, backing themselves, and they're pretty skilled and a pretty cohesive group.
Yeah, I was chatting to one of the Criolla guys yesterday, actually, in the wait, and he was saying that basically they're just it's just a bunch of they're just a load of friends on the boat that are just they're all really good friends, they're all having a good time, and I think that's clearly really working for them on the high pressure days like today when there's lots going on and there's lots of gains and losses to be made. Clearly they're all gelling pretty well as a team, and it's really nice to see.
So they're all Brazilian, with the exception of two Argentinian sailors, Diego Garay and Gonzalo Ramos Vertes, the jib trimmer, and Diego Garay is the pit man. And it's one of the co-owners, Eduardo Plas, who's the helmsman, brother Renato Plas, on the backstay. And some of us will remember Ricardo Costa, who's a navigator, was previously the navigator on Eduardo de Souza Ramos's Onda, previous Brazilian 52, which I see as on the wall in the office here at King Marine, boat built by King Marine. Anyway, so Phoenix in second. So this left side not working for Preveza in the meantime. Just 4 points now between Preveza and Platoon Aviation. So that tracker for Quantum Racing is really a little bit heart-stopping, I'd imagine, for Quantum fans. But there we can see the green camber stripes of the Quantum boat. I think probably fourth at the moment on the water. Key thing for them is they have a Platoon Aviation behind. But at the moment then 9 places between Platoon Aviation and Preveza. Only 4 places in terms of, or 4 points between them in terms of the leaderboard for this Royal Cup. So I don't need to get our Geo Racing friends to do the projected standings to say that Platoon would certainly take the lead relative to Preveza for the moment. I mean, there are so many different potential possibilities, aren't there, Katie, in terms of what might happen between now and tomorrow, but it's another Hollywood blockbuster. Could we see Platoon Aviation finish up with winning the Royal Cup and winning the circuit, retaining the circuit, something that certainly the first regatta of the season, and even in Newport you would have probably not bet much money on. But also it's great to see Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, very, very much in the fight. They've had some tough times emotionally, certainly with their last days has been a little bit of a hoodoo for them, but overall they're absolutely in the fight, and they could equally well expect to be on top of the podium tomorrow, as indeed could Gladiator. But the great thing as we contemplate the end of the season, this circuit has never been in better health since the start of the since we began in 2012, and no teams, or it's never been as close. And really, we know we're expecting more new boats coming in next season. However, back to the here and now with looking up the fleet. So there we see Criolla then leading the fleet, the former Prevezza. Sled furthest to the right in 4th place. So at this stage on these upwinds we've quite often seen the left start to come back. And once again it's going to move and counter move. It seems to be Quantum versus Platoon Aviation. Remember there's just the 2 points between them at the moment. Or going into this race there would be just 1 point between them if Platoon could get in front of Quantum, and at the moment Quantum would be opening out another point. It would be 3 at the end of today, so lots going on. So live then with Criolla then. Great moments for them, I say. Massive kudos to the brothers for investing, stepping into the circuit. Just see there that Ed Baird at the back of Phoenix talking to Tina Plattner. As we approach the windward mark. Katie, how's it looking?
Yeah, it feels like it's got a bit lighter up here actually. Like the wind's died down a bit, but it's looking pretty good for Criolla. You've got Teasing Machine out on a pretty wide ley line here, I'd say. But again, I said that last race, and then we had some crazy shifts at the top, and it was fine. But yeah, Teasing Machine is out on ley, and Gladiator's also back on starboard on a pretty tight ley. But if they lay that, it could be looking good for them. You've got quite a few boats coming in on port though, so it'll be interesting to see where they all stack up compared to the starboard tackers.
Interesting. Then just reflecting on what Bruno Zerilli was saying first thing this morning, he said it's going to be about accurate ley lines, but not necessarily ley lines called from way out. But in the end, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming in nicely on a little bit of a lefty, a little lift, which in the end, so to, I think, have Platoon Aviation. But this could be a key move for Quantum, getting round in second. Potentially their best score off the regatta so far, if they're going to stay in there. Meantime, Paprec coming in on port and having to take sterns. Gladiator in the end not able to hold that ley line, Katie.
Yeah, again, I eat my own words when I talk about these ley lines. It's just super shifty up here, and it's got super light as well. It was so costly being under that ley line when you've got all of the boats tacking on top of you. So that was a bit of a costly one for Gladiator, I think. They maybe lost a couple there, but they seem to be in all right positions. Everyone's super close around this mark. Again, it's pretty cool to see.
So Phoenix round in third. The key one really is Prevezza well deep. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, with breathing space in second. Platoon very much
Really
in the
tight
mix.
rounding here by Interlude. They're really struggling to make this mark. They've had to shoot up quite a lot and impacted Gladiator above them as well, who have got to keep clear because they're a windward boat. But I think just about they made it round, but it wasn't a speedy manoeuvre.
So Pat Pretka coming around next. Quite a slow mark rounding, as Katie just said. Allegra starved of breeze there in the middle. The jib is already backed. Could we see a repetition of the previous rounding in race 1 of the day? Trevetza coming round in 9th. Alpha Plus in 10th. Sled 11th. 12th Allegra, and I think Value looking a little bit of a distant 13th. Not sure whether that's a tracker aberration or whether Value really are that far behind, but
no, it's the trackers. The trackers
Playing
off.
up.
I think they're a little, they're a tiny bit behind, but they're not out of it by any chance. Especially considering the last race where Crayola jibed out. So yeah, they're still well in it.
so Kite's just bouncing in the chop. But once again, nearly 3 minutes between first and third.
It's super light going down this downwind now. You can see all of the crews starting to move forward and to leeward with their body weight just to keep these kites flying. And this awkward chop for the kites, you can see the kites jumping around. It's really not the nicest conditions to be trying to fly these kites in. It's just trying to get the boat settled and try and get as much pace as you can.
But anyway, Quantum Racing sailing their best race yet here in Valencia. Best score so far was the 5th in the first race today. But still that chop is seeming to persist. And the blue kite there of Pat Prek just a little bit starved of breeze, having to come up and power up a little bit. They have Prevetsa just to windward. Just trying to protect all the time against Prevetsa to windward. Interlude or Alpha Plus just behind them. But what a contrast to our first race of the day, Katie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so up and down today. Yeah, I mean the forecast was for it to drop, so I guess this isn't completely unexpected, but it's really been kind of, it drops, you think it's staying like this, and then it builds again. So honestly, the next upwind we could have kind of 12, 14 knots again at this rate. So who knows?
Who knows indeed. But I mean, I'm never the prophet of doom. I'm super positive about everything. But tomorrow does look light, and the breeze, as we can see already, is fading. So I wonder whether that will have any bearing on the final standings. But let's look forward positively and expect a really thrilling finale tomorrow. But in the meantime, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, doing all they can to make sure they're in the fight tomorrow with a good second place just when they need it. They would extend their points margin over Platoon Aviation by certainly a couple of places at the moment, a couple of points at the moment. Muller Spear then allowing himself a quick look back, see how things are stacking up behind. As Katie said, some weight on the foredeck. In terms of trim now then, overhead with Quantum as they make their jibe. Have Criolla gone too far out to that left side? So the regatta standings for the Royal Cup at the moment, Privets and Platoon would be tied on points. Criolla still third, Phoenix fourth. Quantum potentially moving up to sixth. They were 10th going into this race, but that's how close the points are. So there we go, that's the season standings as they would be at, well, momentarily, but it's certainly closer all the time. The more that Quantum are ahead of Gladiator and Platoon, the better it is for them. So just over or on halfway down this run. Little bit more wind pressure on this right side, I would say, Katie. Looking at our drone shot of Teasing Machine in our foreground, comparing their speed relative to Criolla out on the left. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're right. Actually, when I was watching Criolla as they were kind of heading back out to the other side, and I wasn't loving their angle. It looked like they were maybe sailing a bit more out of the pressure, and yeah, the boats behind were kind of looked like there was some pressure coming down there. So, but they look like they're still ahead of Quantum from where I'm sat right now. So maybe they were just going for the cleaner air over there, and maybe actually that's still an advantage.
It may indeed be the case, but also just on that high drone shot again, you have a great perspective of the where the breeze is, and there's some dark water, some new breeze coming down or pulsing down from the beach. So Gladiator jibing and Teasing Machine jibing. There's a little bit more sparkle in the water there up in the, as I said, that puff coming down off the beach. Certainly Alpha Plus have got something there. Teasing machine building speed. It's approaching the Lure Gate first time down, and of course I think being shortened up a little bit, 1.3 mile beat by the sounds of things. Crayola electing to go for this left hand mark, which does look to be a little bit closer to the windward mark perhaps.
1.3.
I think a nice little gain down that by Crayola and the last bit of that downwind. I think driving out into some potentially cleaner air, not having the boats covering them downwind has kind of paid off for them, and they've got a nice little lead going into this second upwind.
Quantum comfortable in second. Tidy drop. Settled down well. There we go, Morgan Larson on the helm. Victor Diaz de Leon on his shoulder. Nevin Snow, the strategist. Evelyn Hull, navigator. Teasing machine just coming in round ahead of Phoenix. We're behind at the top mark, so a nice little gain to the French team. Not much in it though. Then Katie Gladiator and Platoon head to head coming in here.
Yeah, they're completely neck and neck coming into this one. It'll be interesting to see what happens with mark room around this, whether Gladiator has managed to get on the inside and get rights around this mark. But yeah, we'll see when they drop their kites and how that goes. It looks like Platoon has potentially just pushed ahead here, so no room needed for Gladiator, but
not
yeah,
much in it
it's
though.
super tight, super tight.
And yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
that's painful for Guillermo Parada, just being patient, but at the same time trying to get just inside. Precision helming.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in those situations it's actually better to hold off a little bit and try and get a tighter exit on the rounding rather than trying to force it in there, just to set yourself up nicer for the upwind. So maybe that was a tactical decision on his part.
I think a little bit of a speculative red flag maybe from Paprec. Certainly whistles. But the umpires are absolutely in the right place there.
The wind is
Allegro.
right down at the moment here. It's super light winds. The crew's kind of having to be a lot more accurate with where they put their body weight, and yeah, I wonder if it'll stay like this for the remainder of the race.
A lot disturbed here, of course, with the sails and the rounding and the fleet this size now, but Gladiator come out of the mark quite nicely.
Yeah, I think Gladiator did a good job around that mark to kind of just focus on their own rounding and not try and force themselves inside of Platoon, and then carried on clear past the lines of the other boats that have tacked, and then get a clear lane back, because it looks like it's pretty long tack port right now. So yeah, I think they want to set themselves up with a nice lane and be able to have their options open for them.
Good. So Provezza just tacking, Paprec going at the same time. Potentially a little bit more wind pressure coming down to this left side. So we're in race 6 now of the Valencia 52 Super Series Royal Cup. We're on the 4th day of racing. We've done 2 races already. And at the moment, potentially the top boat of the day would be Criolla. 2-2s from the first 2 races, and potentially a win on the cards just now. It looks like the breeze is in just a little bit more. Not easy to tell with our media boat moving up the course, or TV boat moving up the course.
Yeah, it feels like it's got slightly breezier, but as you say, I'm moving up the course, so it's quite hard to tell. But it feels like the wind is a little bit more, a couple of knots more maybe up this beat.
And as you said before in the previous races with Provezza, it's a kind of rich gets richer, isn't it, when you're out in front in a shifty breeze like this. Not working for Criolla at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. The tactics when you're out in front get so much easier. You just stay between the fleet and the mark, and then, yeah, if you stay there and then tack on the little shifts, then you just extend. It's a pretty nice position to be in.
The voice of experience.
Something like that.
But yeah, I mean, things closing up all the time. Remember, Provezza were the team that went into today with the lead, and really having a pretty, generally a pretty tough day. I think they've made a few little gains up in 8th or 9th just now. But it's really hard to say because, say, not only are the breeze is a little bit spotty, but so are our trackers today, unfortunately. But nice image there of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, a little bit more powered up, full hiking mode.
You've got a little bit of a battle going on down the fleet as well with Gladiator and Platoon. I think Platoon's just tacked back onto Gladiator, so clearly they're thinking about the points in this overall in the series, and I think they're kind of, it's getting to crunch time, and yeah, they're battling out a bit more.
Which, of course, is to the advantage of the American team, who are lying second at the moment. But I guess there's kind of that thought process where there's nothing that they can do about Quantum. But this
yeah, absolutely. I think if Quantum's kind of racing their own race at the moment, they're out there, and yeah, I guess yeah, all Platoon can do is kind of try and control Gladiator and try and race their own race.
And it's a funny old situation, isn't it, with Vasco Vascotto and Gigi Parada, the prime movers on either boat, long time friends, and won the 52 Super Series title. I think Vasco was 3 times, but certainly Gigi 4 times. But they go way back, long time friends, and now rivals for the circuit title. You'd not really have it any other way. And you can be pretty sure that no matter what happens on the water, they'll be the best of friends on Saturday night, I'm sure, which of course is Guiget's birthday. That's the one thing that won't change.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's the nice thing about this fleet as well, is that a lot of the guys on the different teams have either sailed together previously or sailed together in different classes, and I mean, they're all, you can tell that kind of they all get on, and it's a cool dynamic.
It is indeed, and of course a lot of them sail together on one boat and then become rivals on another class or another regatta. Such is the nature of the pro sailing life. But anyway, Preveza now only 2 points ahead of Platoon Aviation and 4 points ahead of Criolla. That's our podium at the moment as we head up the second beat of race 3 today. So that's the season standings for the moment. Still super close. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, would take the regatta lead if positions stay the same. Sorry, the circuit standings show Quantum Racing would move into the lead by 3 points on Gladiator and 4 points on Platoon Aviation. And that is a sight that will gladden the hearts of the American team fans, and be a little bit disappointing for the British team, but there's a long way to go in this regatta yet. And in conditions that we have seen today, I'm trying not to say anything can happen, but
But it's true.
it's true. Anyway, there we go, our top team of the day. The Brazilians on Criolla. Eduardo Plas on the helm there.
Super nice upwind by them on that last upwind. They just really kind of kept their composure, just made all the right decisions, and that's all you can do when you're in that position, is just make the next right decision and keep calm. So they've again extended their lead a little bit more on Quantum, so really good job by these guys.
So I'm hearing that we believe that Sierra Flag shortened course at this windward mark, and judging by the time that it's taking Criolla to set their kite, I'm not quite sure about that, but potentially, but nonetheless, certainly Quantum still setting their kite.
Yeah, I think there's been a pretty big wind shift up here. Actually, they're struggling to lay the spreader mark on starboard. So I think that's a bit of the issue. There's just been a really big shift.
So yeah, just to be clear, the course has been shortened, but I think it'll be shortened to the finish line, unless we're finishing at that mark. But for sure we have a shortened course signal. And judging by the fact that Criolla have not put their kite up from the offset, then I think the race is done. So it'd be a race win then for Criolla, top boat off the day. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, getting their best finish off the regatta so far with second, and we can see the breeze is just disappearing, so hopefully this is a pragmatic, timely call from our principal race officer.
Platoon made a pretty nice gain up that second beat as well. They've managed to get themselves up to 4th position around this top mark. So pretty nice decisions made by them as well. Their boats are having to go way past the windward mark to be able to tack and lay the spreader mark. It's gone super light up here.
It's a big shift. So you said again to platoon then, really, didn't you say, getting up to third?
I think they've got up to fourth, I think.
Wait, sorry, teasing machine is in there. Gladiator crossing the windward mark now. So to be clear, the finish line, as far as I can see, is at the offset.
Yeah, the finish line is just to the right-hand side of the windward mark.
Right, okay.
So you're finishing
Oh yeah, I
upwind.
see the boat now.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's the wind has completely died up here. They're drifting through the line at this point. There's 2 boats left to come through, Value and I think that might be Sled that's still got to come through. But yeah, there's no wind up here.
Anyway, certainly a good call from our race officer, getting the race finished at the windward mark. It's just hard to see the positions, especially with the trackers not working so well. So what would be your call in the order so far, Katie?
I think Crayola, Quantum, and then after that, I'm not sure. I think it was tight between Teasing Machine third, yep, and then between Paprec and Platoon for fourth and fifth.
And we will get that in due course
Then you've
from
got
our...
Allegra just coming through now.
Just watching as the teams come through that finish line. We can see our race team taking photos as the teams go through the line. But in the end, I think we're fairly sure that Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, potentially taking the circuit lead if positions had stayed the same. So we will see in due course, but unfortunately 1 or 2 trackers not working as well as we would hope. But Quantum getting second, Teasing Machine third, Platoon Aviation fourth, Paprec fifth, Phoenix sixth. So what a day. Starting off with a nice 20 knot fresh breeze and great racing, and finishing off with the breeze disappearing entirely, the race having to be shortened. And the one thing that's obvious is at the very top of the table for the circuit, there's next to nothing in it going into the final day, which we know is going to be a light one. But when we started the season, way back at the end of April, early May, on the Bay of Palma at Palma Vela, we were talking then, just saying that once again it's very likely that we'll see a super close finish. We always say that every point, every place is precious all the way through the season, and once again it is proving to be the case as we contemplate tomorrow, the final day of the season. It's really anyone's championship between these 3 boats, between Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, Gladiator and Platoon. Really nothing in it. But we're expecting it to be light tomorrow, Katie, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a super light forecast for tomorrow, so last day of racing as well. So I think a slightly earlier last finish time potentially, but hopefully we can get some racing in. I think, as you say, the points are so tight, and it would be a real shame to not finish off the season with a close day of racing.
But I mean, regardless of the outcome, I think certainly all three teams equally deserving of the title. I know where your allegiances lie, but Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, have had a tough season all in all, always struggling to close out regattas and win events. And I don't think they've never won an event since they became Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, with the young sailors on board. And they were so close in the end, even last year, to winning the circuit. They were certainly contenders, and contenders at every regatta, so it would be perfectly justified and a great result for them to win. So too, as I say, Gladiator, because Gladiator have never won the title and really have stepped up their game since Guillermo Parada joined them in Saint-Tropez last year. Anyway, so that's our regatta standings at the moment. Provezza still leading, but just by a single point from Platoon Aviation. Criollo, top boat of the day with a 1-2-2, moving up to third. Phoenix in fourth. Teasing Machine fifth. Paprec sixth. So they're at third at one point, but really so little in it in terms of points. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, on 42 points. Interlude 43. Allegre 45. Gladiator 52, so still in 10th, although moved up from 12th where they were going into this race. I think Value in 11th on 52, Sled on 54, and Alpha Plus on 64. So hopefully we might see the there you go then, circuit standings provisional at the moment, projected, but Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, taking the circuit lead by 2 points from a Gladiator. Platoon Aviation on 206, so just 4 points between the top three boats. Sled moving up to fourth ahead of Allegri, but there's just that single point between them. Then the battle for sixth, Interlude versus Paprec, there's only 3 points between them. Then the battle between Value, Phoenix and Alpha Plus is equally mouth-watering. And then it's Provezza, Criollo and Teasing Machine, all of which have not sailed the full season. So what a day we have in prospect for tomorrow. Just cross your fingers, pray to your God for some wind. But at the moment, a big change is Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, moving to the top of the table. Do join us tomorrow for the big finale, and we'll see you then.